Alrighty. Are we switching over? Okay, took long enough, but we're here. Alrighty. Hello, people, folks, things, ants, superhumans, whatever the case may be. Uh, Welcome to my stream. I'm Zero One. Thank you for joining me on this Independence Day here in the United States. And I'm, well, I might have welcomed the Pope. I was thinking about about saying people, and then I went folks, and so I went Polk. So, I don't know. Very well, Quigs. You are hereby the Pope. At least the Pope of my stream. So, how about that? Does that work for you? Anyway, everyone, thank you for joining us, and thank you very much, Quigs. I hope you're having a great day in whatever part of the universe you might find yourself. And we're gonna play some Minecraft more than usual. We're gonna probably run until 10 o'clock my time here, and I think that works. Mainly because I've been missing a lot of streams lately, and I have the day off today, and so other than possibly exhausting myself, I want to, stream and play for as long as I can. But you've declared yourself Pope before. I am amazed and proud. I've never declared myself Pope. But anyway, getting right on into things, let's just hop right on in. Now, okay, good, it did switch. Last time we played, I went exploring because, well, I had done the same thing over and over again for weeks and weeks and weeks, and so I decided to just go explore the world a little bit more. And what I had done the last time I actually did attempt to stream, or was planning on attempting to stream, was I got down here and I wanted to make sure that I had the right coordinates for teleporting back to my base, and so I teleported. And when I did, I went, okay, now let's go back because I want to actually show me going back to my base if I decide to on stream. And so I went on and did that, and I realized that all the coordinates and the teleport information was showing up on screen whenever I entered a command. And I went, yeah, that's going to make it look like I was cheating. So I wanted to clear the chat or in Minecraft. And so I typed /clear, and thinking that that would work and clear the chat, I went on and hit it. But what it actually did is clear every last thing out of my inventory. And that was not what I wanted. So I got pissed off. I canceled the stream, and I spent about an hour trying to recover everything to my inventory. And so we are back where we last were with almost everything we had except for a treasure map. So that's lost, and that's unfortunate, but pretty much we're okay otherwise. So yeah, I went into creative mode to give myself everything back. I feel bad about that, but by the same token, I was so very frustrated that night. Hello, little baby coon. And frankly, I don't think any of you would have blamed me for not streaming that night. Now, I intended to stream a lot since then. That was at least 2 weeks ago. And things just haven't been working out one way or another. I think so. Because, I mean, it's just very frustrating to have everything go away simply because you were trying to make it look like you were not cheating because you weren't cheating. Yeah, Spring, imagine cheating. I mean, streaming. I mean, whatever it is. Spring will probably get back to streaming sooner or later. Hey, Dragon. Enjoy the beach, Dragon. Don't watch my stream. Go enjoy your time in California on the beach and have fun. This is just, you know, a stream. Not nearly as much fun as being on the beach. I think everybody that is here would agree with me on that. I'm convinced that you, Spring, will stream again sooner or later. You've been trying to figure out what to stream, I know that. And frankly, I've been kind of trying to figure out what to stream too. So I stuck with Minecraft today. That's fair. Looking forward to the pictures. Which beach did you go to before you run off? Ooh, a tree that's fallen down. Mission Bay, Mission Bay, Mission Bay. I think that's down between San Diego and LA, isn't it? Near Cardiff by the Sea, I think it is. Well, nonetheless, enjoy your time. So this is 1.21.7. By the way, that's why we have logs for trees that have fallen, which is cool. Why do I have seeds in my hand? Oh, right, beetroot seeds. Talk to you later, Dragon. Oh, yeah? You were going to stream too? Quigs? Hey, Knights. How's it going? Happy Independence Day. Just okay. Well, I hope it's good. Gets better. I'm doing all right. I was just explaining a little bit ago about how a couple weeks ago when I had planned on streaming, I pretty much accidentally deleted all my inventory, and that killed the mood for streaming, at least for that day. And then other things came up that prevented me from streaming. All right, that chicken just committed suicide. Ow. All right, don't know what that was. She's doing pretty well. She's here. Hey. All right, what just happened there? It was weird, like the mouse, like I clicked out of the app for some reason, or the program for some reason, and I couldn't do anything for a second. I have no idea where I'm trying to go, if I'm even trying to get anywhere in particular. Ugh, excuse me. Ooh, what is this? Podzol. I don't know what Podzol is used for, but let's get a little. It's probably just breaks down to regular dirt. We'll go a little bit further in this random direction and then probably go ahead and teleport home. Am I still going south? I'm going north. Alright, so I'm headed back home, even though I didn't know I was heading back home. Regardless, I should be plenty distance from the house. No worries. I'm just glad you came and stopped in and said hi, Quigs. Ow, ow. Stinking berry bushes. It's always a good pleasure, good time to see you, and glad to see you. I can speak, honestly, I can. I learned English and everything. But what I was trying to do when I originally started streaming today was test XSplit with the new streaming protocol support, SRT. And while it connects to Beam and it managed to, get a signal to it, it wasn't stable in the least. And so I don't know if that's the protocol having the problem, XSplit having the problem, or Beam having the problem. And so when I saw that it wasn't staying stable and the other services that I was trying to stream to weren't staying connected, or at least getting the signal properly, I decided to go ahead and just forget that experiment again and get it rolling on the old-fashioned RTMP. $12.52, 1077. This looks like an interesting cave to explore. Aha. It's potentially a lush cave or connected to one. I see you guys. Aha. Thank you for doing that dirty work for me. I love it when I can convince a creeper to do some work for me. Work is work. Being a little more frustrating than usual as of late, but not necessarily bad. It's just work. Like I have a big chaotic deployment coming up and that I'm kind of in the middle of. We received the equipment, but I haven't received any information about how to set it up because it's different from our usual equipment. And so I'm just waiting on them to tell me what to do, when to do it, and how to do it, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And I have no idea when they're actually going to do that. But it's supposed to be a somewhat big deal. And so, in theory, I should have already received that sort of information. And with our normal deployments, I absolutely positively would have. Ow. Part of me feels like telling them to take this deployment and shove it, but I can't really do that, so. Being low man on the totem pole sometimes really sucks. How about with you? How deep are we? We're only at 4? Yeah. I'm doing what I just told you I wasn't really up to doing right now, and that's exploring this cave. Oh, nice. Oh, okay, never mind. I misread that. I thought it was basically saying you got 5 new clients this month, but you have to add 5 new clients. Well, good luck with it. I'm sure you'll do it. You seem a very, very capable person to me. We'll swim over here rather than putting down the boat. Just because I can. Oh, fun. Truthfully, I am literally years behind on my dental stuff. I have insurance. I just haven't found a dentist and haven't been bothered. Truthfully, I really need to find a dentist and a dental surgeon because I need to have at least one root canal. And I've known that for 8 years, actually 10 years now, so I just got to get around to doing it. Oh no. I had nothing to do with that rabbit's death, and I feel guilty about it. Anyway. Well, that's good news. I've had recommendations, I just haven't wanted to be bothered. But and but lately I haven't really wanted to be bothered with a lot of doctors. There's been a lot of stuff going on within my medical system. Doctors being essentially forced out here and there, services being stopped, and I haven't wanted to switch doctors or do a lot of things with them lately. And so that's been driving me to even though I know I need to see a dentist, to avoid that even more. Wait, when did this boat have a chest in it? Maybe I got the wrong type of boat. Because I definitely do not know how to open said chest. Oh well, we'll destroy that, get rid of it. Give myself the proper type of boat. There we are. Hey Matt, how's it going? Yeah, it's been a while, mainly due to a lot of different circumstances that all conspired against me, including myself. Cool. That's still going all right? Ah, you're toying around with large language models, huh? Nice. Ah, cool, Matt. I don't know how I feel about AI at the moment. So much is going towards AI, and it kind of bothers me to some extent. But by the same token, I like to play around with Gemini, and it's been helpful. Yeah, I guess that does make sense. It is kind of the next step. But at the same token, it feels, at least the way the big companies seem to be gathering their data, doesn't feel morally right to some extent. I understand that a lot of stuff on the internet is free to access, and so theoretically, if it's out there, it's public domain. But at the same time, there a lot of them are stealing, effectively stealing uh, source material to base their large language models on. And I feel that they should at least try to pay for it, and some don't want to do that. Like OpenAI is constantly more or less just going on and brute forcing their way into websites to gather data. But on the other hand, if you have data and you want to use their model, that's great. You can just feed your data into it. And so, ah, and that's a different approach and use as well. So you already have your data sets and models. It's just going on and employing them. And I think that's fine. I have no problem with AI in that respect and using it that way. But I don't know how I really feel about the idea of me spending a lot of time writing a book, for instance, and then having them scrape it because some website posted it. Hey, Gwyd, thanks for the raid. Thank you very much. How are you today? It's going all right. Spring, if you haven't already, please do a shout out for them. There are some, kinda. At least somewhere. Mine is many miles away. I'm just doing some random exploring that I started off doing last time I actually streamed. Looks like the shout out player is broken. So I'll have to fix that at some point. But in any case, if you are watching, you're not already a follower of Gwydion and or Kina, give them a give them a look, give them a follow, say hi to them, have fun. They're great people. That is the truth. And things with me are usually broken. So, I'm a streamer. Looks like we have another tree on fire thanks to lava. Wonder if this is the one I found last time. It was right next to a portal. It doesn't look like it. I feel like I should save this tree, but it's doomed anyway. I'm actually streaming earlier than I usually do because of the 4th of July here in the States. And so normally I'm streaming around 8 o'clock Central Time. But since it's the holiday, I thought I'd stream early and stream for a lot longer than I usually do. So normally you wouldn't be able to raid me. But today is special. So thank you. Coming up on more water. And I sadly have never had the opportunity to raid you. That has to change someday. Alright, we're gonna go out here, see what's on that little island over there, if anything. Doesn't look like much of anything, except maybe sunflowers. And then we'll teleport back home and get back to the laborious effort to make my super smelter. Spring is trying to convince me to start streaming during the day on the weekends, on Saturdays and maybe Sundays. So that might happen in the not too distant future, in which case I'll be a raid target for you on an occasion at least. Are you sunflowers? I think you're sunflowers. You are sunflowers. Alright. Well, let's go explore around there a little bit. Looks like it could be interesting, but maybe not. And if I don't go, I won't know what is down there. Because I probably will never come back over here. I wasn't actually sure what I'd be playing today. I've kind of made the decision to go ahead and stick with Minecraft at the last second, but I bought a copy of the game Peak for both Spring and myself, because we've been seeing some of our favorite streamers play it lately. And so I was thinking about playing that today. Looks like we've stumbled across a village, so that's cool. We'll see what we can steal from the village and then take off. Or rather, head home. Hello, people, where are you? There's a person. Yeah, I'll take that. Yeah, I just stole that poor man's job. Literally stole it. You will not keep me out of your house, pal. If you want me out of your house, you'll invent locks. Nothing worth stealing there. Nah, I'll take the bundle. As soon as I can figure out where to put the bundle. What's in here? Nothing. Which reminds me, Spring and I finally got around to watching the Minecraft movie. Fortunately, we didn't pay for it, but we still kind of wish we had our time back. I like Jack Black. I like Jason Momoa. But I really felt that that was a waste of time. And potential. Anyone else feel that way about that movie? A lot of bread. I could swipe the iron, but I don't need the iron. Yeah, I'll take the obsidian. Not that I really need the obsidian either, but, you know. Leather. And from what I understand, the movie was somewhat successful, and I'm not sure how. It didn't entertain me very much at all. A few good jokes here and there, but I could have lived my life without seeing that movie. I was already over here, wasn't I? Yeah, I think so. Let's go over there to that far house, which I think I also raided, but let's just be sure. Give me that. Gold nuggets. Don't really need them, but I think I will take them. All right. With that, let's teleport back to home. Da, 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 da. Because I don't feel like walking all the way there. There. So this is the lovely house that Spring built for me. I am not a builder, as I've mentioned multiple times, although I do tinker around with redstone quite a bit, so there's that, but I still don't consider myself a builder. All right, let's get some of this stuff out of here. If I can remember how. Clay balls, clay balls. Okay. Lapis, I have in another chest. Emeralds, I have in another chest. Gunpowder can stay there. Give me that. Give me that. And that. And stop filling up everything. Okay, spider eyes. Do I have clay in here? No, I don't. I don't have a partial block of, or a stack of lapis, so do that and that. I have gold in there. No. What else do I have in there? Oh yeah, I forgot I had a lodestone. Give me that. Let's go make a few blocks of coal. Not that I need or don't need coal, but right now, with my bamboo farm, I don't need it as a fuel, so I don't need it quite as badly as I used to. Okay. Ponder, figured. Nope, I need the paper. This is what I wanted to put in there. Okay. Now, to show you what I was talking about with regards to fuel, and thus needing coal. Up there is a complex bamboo farm. We'll go up there in a second. What I need to do is build a stairway down here, or at least a safe path down. But right now I don't have that, so we go up the hard way like I always do. Hopefully avoiding more creepers to, make my life harder. Okay, so you've seen one bamboo farm, you've pretty much seen them all. Ta-da! Nothing particularly special about this. It's a double-sided deal. Bamboo then gets collected down here through a big series of hoppers, which feed into chests, which feed into auto crafters. Ta-da! And those in turn make bamboo blocks, which then filter down into these chests. I had 2 additional crafters set up underneath, but they kind of jammed and weren't working all that great, so I removed them not that long ago. But ultimately, I've had it fill all of these chests up with bamboo blocks. Admittedly, I had the tick rate set higher so that bamboo would grow quickly and it would fill those up quicker. But still, it worked on its own. It made me lots and lots and lots of bamboo blocks, which in turn come down here through another series of hoppers. That series of hoppers here. And all of these, or at least most of these at this point, are filled with bamboo blocks, which work perfectly in both the smoker, the blast furnace, and the regular furnace as fuel. This, as you can see, is completely full. And they feed around here, if I can get up there, through another series of hoppers into what's going to be my super smelter. Here's where the fuel ends up, and it's distributed by minecart into that series of blast furnaces, that series of smokers and these standard furnaces. Now, the reason I have 3 different types is because each of them accelerates, or smokers are better at cooking and designated only for cooking, and they do it better than just a standard furnace. The blast furnace smelts um, ore and diamond blocks, for instance, a lot faster and more efficiently than the standard furnace. And so by dividing out everything for the proper type of, furnace or cooker, everything becomes more efficient. Anything that does not get smelted, and at the moment I really have it underutilized or under-designed for the blast furnace, but anything that goes into the blast furnace gets, or should go into the blast furnace, gets sorted out by that section right here of essentially an auto sorter. If I can just learn how to play today. Into this section of an auto sorter. And so only things that will go to the blast furnace make it over here. The idea is that only things that should go to the smelters, not the smelters, the smokers, will make it over here. And everything else will end up in the regular furnace if it's something that can be cooked or smelted. If it doesn't, then it'll go to a pass-through that will just run down essentially to this series of hoppers and down to what's going to be a much bigger auto sorter down here. But right now, for the moment, I have it running just to this particular chest, more or less as a test. While I actually figure things out. See, part of the problem at the moment is that this section of the sorting mechanism isn't working right. I'm not too sure why that's the case. Basically, materials are getting locked into the hoppers here. And I think it's because I have the hoppers facing to the right there and to the left there, instead of facing inward to this spot and then going on over. But I did some tests with that a few weeks ago and it still wasn't working. But if you look at this, over here on the right side, where it says Minecraft Hopper enabled true, that means it can go ahead and let the materials flow. But if I look at the next one over, enabled is false. So everything's just going to accumulate there, like this potato. And likewise over here, we're false and then true. That typically happens when redstone is next to it, or redstone torch is next to it, but this should be working in my opinion. And if I move it out one, it's still not working right. So I'm not too sure what the deal is. But this is ultimately just a small part of what I'm trying to do. And as you can see, I have rabbit here, raw rabbit, to go to the smokers. Same with salmon and pork chop, beef, etc., etc., etc. Anything that needs to be cooked. And then it would go through these hoppers on over to that chest. But it's not currently, so gotta figure that out. But doesn't have to be today. Nonetheless, I need to continue to build or gather resources to finish this build. And that's why I'm happy I got some redstone here, because redstone has been a key thing that I've needed to get. And I'm getting all of the iron from an iron farm that you probably were hearing. This is the bottom portion of an iron farm that I found online. Ajax Minecraft on YouTube designed this to look a lot more pretty than it is, than I have it here. But since mine is underground in a mountain, it didn't need to be pretty, so I took the essence of what he did and modified it to be underground and hidden. We should get another iron golem. Yep, there he is. To float on down. The poor guy will fall to his death. And this is why he actually, or they get spawned. Because of these poor guys trapped here with a zombie. And to give you an idea about how well this works, I used some of the same principles in the bamboo farm that were in here to take iron bars, compress them into whatchamacallit, into iron blocks, and pass those on into the chest. Go on and die, stinking iron golem, so that people can see this fill up to produce the iron bars, or iron block. So we get 3 more in here, and it'll go ahead and make a iron block, like all of these. So I don't even know how many stacks that is right there, but it's a lot of stacks of iron blocks. So I am in no need of iron. I also composites the poppies, or compost the poppies into bone meal blocks. So it's very effective, and I really have needed it. Although I sometimes feel guilty about the poor iron golems. Anyway, that's what I've got going on in this world. So I'm building up that smelter. Eventually, is that my stairs? Yeah. The super smelter will then feed a large storage auto sorter down here that I have not started building yet. But part of me is second guessing that idea because of what is coming. In the not too distant future, maybe, the copper golem will return. It was a mob that was up for a vote some years ago for inclusion in Minecraft, and something else was chosen instead. But they've decided to bring it back in to make it useful. And what it'll do is take any block that ends up in a copper chest and go and find a chest that's somewhere, I guess, in your base or within a certain range that has that type of block in it and deposit it there and just repeat that over and over again, kind of eliminating the need for a sorter. But I kind of like the idea of having a sorter anyway, so I probably will not just abandon this. Probably not, at any rate. Okay, so we have one more book. We need more leather. But I am not going to harvest the leather on stream here. And so, if you noticed, I was ignoring all of the iron out there. And so, this super smelter is why. Oop, I forgot to put the emeralds up. put them in there for now. Don't really need the fletching table, but let's keep it out of the way for the moment. Iron nugget. Da, 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 da. As you can see, have a variety of woods here. Pale oak, dark oak, regular oak. I think spruce. A lot of bamboo. A lot of chickens, a lot of sugar cane. A few cows and sheep. And I still need more lamb, I think. I was about to say, you guys aren't interested in wheat? And I've got my carrots, my potatoes, melons, and pumpkins. Lots of wheat, obviously. And I had pigs captured, but I didn't need them anymore. I got all the pork I needed, pork chops. And so this is my nice little world here. There's a village that I have bothered and raided a little bit up over this hill. Uh, Lots of powdered snow in those mountains there and further back. And I've been digging all over the place here. But this is my main source of wood at the moment, whenever I need it. And so I know I'm going to need some more wood soon, so let's get to gathering. What I want more than anything, first of all, before I actually start cutting down trees, is more saplings. I try to replace every tree that I cut down with a sapling. So I manually go through and break all of the leaves. Or at least most of the leaves. I think that that actually increases the number of saplings I get versus just letting them drop. But I have no data to back that up. It's just a feeling. I don't know if I'm going to play Minecraft this entire stream here. I may switch to a different game, but at least for the moment, I'm definitely starting, obviously, with Minecraft. As if that wasn't obvious. I think I have 20 or 30 trees here in a double line, so I need a lot of saplings. Just trying to make sure I'm still alive here, because it's been quiet, awfully quiet. Hey, Victor. I have my own server. I don't play on any public servers, though. Although this game is hosted on my computer here, as opposed to being on a server. Spring and I have played on servers in the past, the distant past, but not any recently. That was dangerous. Because I've had bots and spammers come into the chat more often than I would prefer. And so I put the follow limit, follower only chat, and limit minimum following time of whatever, 10 minutes in place on Twitch, Trovo, Kick, pretty much everywhere. So I apologize about the necessity for that, but it's unfortunately a necessity. And even then, it doesn't always stop them from coming in. Nonetheless, thank you for being patient. And I guess determined enough to talk. I assume you play on some servers, Victor? If so, do you have any recommendations? 'Cause I've never known exactly where to go find Minecraft servers to begin with. I imagine you could just do a search for them in Google or something, but Spring always found the servers for us. And someone who used to watch, or who watched my kind of regularly earlier this year, suggested Windcraft. And I checked that out, and it was interesting. Enderblade, huh? I'm not familiar with cracked servers. Is that more or less just compromised servers? Like they've cracked it and so anybody can get in there? Or is it a special type of version of the software? Hmm, interesting. Well, there's a lot of free software too, though, that will allow you to log into mine on have them run a Minecraft server. So, and I think we have enough. Whatchamacallit? Enough saplings for now. Like the server I'm running is Minecraft is a Paper MC, which is pretty good and pretty fast. And vanilla clients can connect to it, or at least vanilla Java clients can connect to it just fine. I imagine some of the more exotic clients can too. But yeah, I know there are a lot of servers out there that require you to pay one way or another. And I can understand that too, because, it takes a lot of money to actually keep the servers up on the internet, especially if you're renting them. Oh, I'll show you in a few minutes when I finish gathering wood here. Spring, my moderator on Twitch, and girlfriend, uh, came into the game and built it for me, because I do not build. I am a digger and a tinkerer. I have no idea, no eye for design. Alrighty, I'll be here. Welcome back. You're very welcome. Oh, good, we still do have that there. Because we're about to need a new axe. Looks like I needed a lot more saplings than I thought I did. So I had 21 and placed them all, and it wasn't enough. So I'll probably get some more saplings as these trees come down. Oh no, my axe broke. Imagine that. Hmm. Spring literally got so frustrated with the hovel that I had built on this in this world that she insisted upon joining the game so she could build me a new house. Basically, it was just a box on the ground, big enough for the for me to have a bed and some tools, like the crafting table, furnace, and some other things, and walls to keep the zombies out so I could sleep at night and things like that. I was eventually going to put a roof on it, but I hadn't gotten around to it after like 3 or 4 weeks in this world, and so Spring said I have to build a house, and so I let her join the game, and she built me the house that I'll show you in a moment here. Maybe by the time I get back over here, we'll have some more saplings. And we did get a few. But this is the house over here. I I I'd like to say I can build some stuff, but honestly the only things I've ever reliably built were redstone machines of various sorts based on ideas other people had. Maybe I enhanced them a little bit with my own ideas, but fundamentally I borrowed the ideas. But this is the house. It's a nice, pretty little thing. And she did a great job on it. It is great. I could never put anything together like this. I don't have the foresight necessary to build a house that looks nice. I just don't. I wish I did, but I don't. It takes some ability to plan and think about things, and that part of my brain just doesn't work like that. All right, let's see. Let's toss those in there. And this is what I had to do each time I planted these. I bet you could do better, but it's a very nice house, Spring. Don't sell yourself short. I mean, if it works, right? I mean, in Minecraft, it doesn't have to be pretty to work. So you won't hear me saying, that's not a house, or that's ugly, or anything like that. Hey, if it's utilitarian and it does its job, it works. And that is fine by me. Although, I can't argue that a pretty house is a pretty house. It was in the sky? Now that's cool. I've built some quote unquote houses pretty far up in the mountains in some of the worlds that I played in hardcore one stream, and they were nice-ish, and a couple of them had mob farms that were out over open space that were interesting and kind of cool, but yeah, they were in hardcore worlds, so they're gone now. Oof, still need more. I think they updated the programming for trees so that they will grow leaves back, whereas they didn't used to, which is both a good thing and a bad thing. Yeah, because I cleared these out, and the leaves are back already. And of course, the leaves coming back blocks the saplings from growing. Take these outer ones off. Well, I guess that's enough for now. I mean, it'll be a healthy amount of trees when they do grow in again. If and when they grow in again. These decided to start growing, apparently, which is fine. Just more leaves to break. To try to give these small saplings a chance. Eh, I just came through here. But clearly a tree actually went on and grew up out of one of the saplings, so... And by the way, feel free to tell me I'm playing this game wrong. Because I most likely am. I would just do what I feel like doing and do things the way I think they should be done. Not necessarily the most efficient way. Because there's not necessarily a right or wrong way to play Minecraft. Everybody has their own style and their own ideas about how things should be done. And while I've watched a number of Minecrafters on YouTube, I still do things my own way. Just to show you a little more here. There's this huge pit. Uh, right down there is where my auto sorter storage area will be. The iron farm is almost directly beneath the bamboo farm up there. And a lot of this area that you may have seen here and down there was wide open when I started this world and got to this spot. The spawn was actually just over there, about 100 blocks away. And I liked the area mainly because of the cherry trees up there and that it had lots of potential, and it still does. And just started filling in some of the holes. Have had more than one close call with a creeper. That's what this hole is, as well as this hole. Spring had a run in with one right over here, but I started filling in the hole that it opened up. And I've had some fun in recent weeks with drowned down there. And at some point, I will finish this nice little enchanting area. But it's kind of a low priority despite the fact that I could use some of the enchantments now. But low priority at this point. They tried to kill me. Uh, I don't think any creeper has gotten me in this world yet. I don't think. I don't remember. But I have the videos up on YouTube anyway, so you can go check it out if you're interested. But um, I know that there have been multiple close calls. Let's see. I don't know if the one that attacked Spring actually got her or not. Hmm. Thought I saw a spider egg or spider eye somewhere else down here. It didn't get you? Alright, cool. I have been gotten by spiders, skeletons, zombies, drowned. Um, no Enderman yet either, although I challenged a couple and somehow either managed to kill them or they disappeared on me. I don't think I've fallen to my death yet either, which is rare for me. I feel like I'm trying to do something or think of something, but I don't know what I'm trying to do or think of. Hmm. It'll probably come to me eventually. But for the moment, let's put that paper there and the book there. We'll toss the save for no good reason. Okay, there is a good reason. I wanted it out of my inventory. I don't know. Part of me wants to go ahead and get back to work on the smelter and build it out more, but I don't really feel up to doing that right now. Let's put all that back in there. Oops, I forgot those. See, I could go ahead and make all of the redstone torches, and I need in all of the repeaters and the comparators, and move some more of this stuff into place. But what I feel like doing is going to sleep. That's not going to happen for a while, but I feel like it. I'm sleepy. So I think what I will do here is see if I can fix this. I might have to move this row back over, but if I can get this working, I'll be very happy. Let's put that there. Excuse me. Whoops. All right. Let's see if that'll get this working. Aha. At least we have the pork flowing through. And the beef. What about everything else? Why is that still being blocked or locked? I mean, at least it's just one. In theory, if there were more, maybe it'll go ahead and flow through. Which I can accept just one or two being effectively lost. I'm going to give myself a stack of salmon to see how it propagates, if it propagates through. And I'll destroy it afterwards. I just want to see if it actually makes it through. Looks like it is. $64 salmon. All right, so it looks like that fixed it. So we'll have to move over that other row. Go free, salmon. I should have tossed them in water. Not that that would have brought them back, but still, I should have at least put them in water. Okay, so what I need to do is take down this entire row and move it back at least one space. All my filters are there, right? Yep. At least some of my filters are there, rather. Okay, I'll come back and get this stuff. Not that I needed to tear down all of those, but, you know. I'm breaking things as is. May as well break everything. And I'll bet some of those hoppers fell into the other hoppers and are over with the foods to be cooked. Which is fine for the moment. Alright. My repeaters need to go down here. Cobblestone there. Okay. Because I inevitably end up turning it back on. Yeah, sometimes it makes me feel like an idiot, but I do frequently need it and depend on it, so I inevitably will turn it back on. Because I will walk up to a block and go, why am I not jumping up there? The answer is because auto jump is turned off. And then I'll go, why? How'd that get turned off? And the answer is, I turned it off. And I feel like an idiot for not knowing that it was off and end up turning it back on. Wait, where are my comparators? There. All right, fine. Fine. Not there. Well, actually, might need that there anyway, but not yet. Same with you. Alright, so I definitely took more of the hoppers out than I needed to. So let's put those back into place. Let's get these out of here. Alright. Get that out of the way, get that out of the way. Grab my filters. Then I'll come back for the rest of the stuff. Eventually, I will probably try organizing these rather than just having them completely out of order. But for now, this should serve my purpose. Alright, so when I eventually build out the rest of this over there and connect everything there as well, anything that does not get cooked will come down through all of these and through all of those and end up going down to my auto sorter, the real auto sorter. Everything else that needs to be cooked or smelted, will go down to one of these and get treat it appropriately. And just in case you're curious, originally I was building this with the intent that it would still be mostly coal powered or charcoal powered. And so this is the fuel section. In this one, we have our blocks of bamboo, which are being fed in there from up top. But I have charcoal here and coal here. But I really have no need of that anymore, to be honest, because I have so many bamboo blocks that it's impractical and pointless to actually put charcoal or coal into the system. And that is a unlimited source, whereas I can't use bamboo blocks for torches and some of the other things. I can use coal and charcoal for those, so I'll just hold on to it. What I may end up doing is removing the option to even use coal or charcoal and just filter them on through into the system. But I haven't decided on that yet. But what I need to do is start adding items down here and figure out exactly how far back that's going to run, which I have not decided or come close to deciding. But clearly I need to dig out some more space here. Oops. So we'll start working on that now. I kind of want to have every type of stone in the that can be smelted or and turned into polished stone, or the cobbled version be turned into regular version in here. But at the same time, that seems largely impractical. I could just get a silk touch pickaxe and make it all work that way. If I need it as whatever it is originally, then just use silk touch. Certainly seems easier. But I have to admit, this isn't about doing things the easy way. It's not necessarily the cool factor of it all either, but there is a certain amount of cool to it. I think it's more or less the idea of the effort that I put into it. Because I could have done all of this in creative mode and just been done with it. And I admit, the bamboo farm, yeah, I did that in creative mode, although I had experimented with it and tried to figure it out in another world just to see how everything would work. And I just decided it was too resource intensive to try to build it in reality. Well, in this game, in a survivor mode. So I went on and did that in creative mode. But everything else that I've built with regards to this has been done in survivor mode and gathering the resources myself. And I'm kind of proud of that. And I find myself curious about something, so I'm going to run a quick test. I don't know what would happen if you put gravel in a furnace. Yeah. Gravel in a furnace, do you do anything? No. Okay. I was just curious about that. Potato. And I also realized that this whole super smelter idea kind of breaks XP as well. The XP you would gain from manually smelting everything and grabbing it out. But again, this is to help me. All right. Let's come up over here and do a test. Well, first, let me do the smart thing. Get this minecart running. I said get this minecart running. And now by dumping this cobblestone in there, we should see the furnaces kick on. Exactly as designed and intended. Although, of course, it's not perfectly evenly distributed, but it's working. Until I, step in the way of the minecart. And so we'll end up with this nice steady flow of stone blocks. Down here. Already have 32. So that's validation that the design is at least fairly good. It's not pretty, not by a long shot, but it works. And I'll get the same sort of reaction out of food and ores, well, at least some ores. Because like I said, I really didn't build enough spots for the various ores. I only have enough spots for copper, gold, and iron. Which I knew was a bit small, but I wasn't too worried about that. Well, at the time, I didn't have an iron farm. In fact, the main reason I made the iron farm was to supply the iron for all the hoppers I need and the rails. So it kind of made itself redundant. Still need the gold, still need iron. Or not iron, copper. A little bit at least. When the copper golems get in the game, it'll be more useful. But I don't see myself using a silk touch to get a diamond block, for instance, or a block of whichever ore. So I don't really need to have the whole block of whatever ore in this. I could, I suppose, use a. Well, no, I don't need that. I was thinking for the nuggets, I could use a crafter, auto crafter, to just go ahead and make a bar. But chances are I'm not going to be passing those into this system anyway. So diamond blocks, emerald blocks, etc. Even the iron and gold ore blocks will never actually need to be fed into this. So really, I just only need copper, gold, and iron to go into the blast furnace section. And like I said, the food will come in here to its own separate section. So the nice thing is I'll be able to dump whatever I want into a chest that will be fed by a long rail going all the way down here to my actual mine, my primary mine. And then it'll toss things into the smelter as appropriate, and everything else will get fed into the auto sorter downstairs. So yeah, I'm going to have rails going all the way over here. And up until 1.21.4, apparently, there was a loader that I had found on YouTube that's at the heart of this, even though I've tried a lot of things to make it work under 1.21.4, but it no longer works. So it'll be a interesting way to feed this. I'm not sure how this is actually going to work. The loader design was supposed to actually make sure the minecart was either full or that the chest there was empty. But that broke under 1.21.4. And so this is all pointless here. But I'll have to figure out another way to either automatically have minecarts fill up and shoot down there to the smelter and thus into the auto sorter, or manually do it. So we'll see. But my actual mine, like I said, is way over here. Those are steps going back up to the surface. And there are multiple parts to this mine over here. I think the main bit is still straight ahead here. Yeah. And then I can either go down there or find my way back down to there. I seem to have forgotten how to get down to the deep, dark, scary part of the mine. And part of me is fine with that. Because it was deep, dark, and scary. Thought it was there, though. But if it's been weeks since I actually streamed, then it's probably been a month or so since I've been, or several months since I've been down into the deep, dark, scary part of my mind. Alrighty. As you can see, this is where the skulk starts. Yeah, here we are. And I cleared out some of the skulk here, but not very much, really. We'll go mess with the warden. I forgot that the warden killed me as well. At least twice. I think more like 4 or 5 times, but still. Welcome back. What you missed me saying was that down all that mine led down to the deep dark here, where I have lots of skulk, and the ancient city is just on the other side of this wall, pretty much. There. And I figured, hey, why not come in here and mess with the warden a little bit? And that I had forgotten that the warden was responsible for a couple of my deaths, at least. I must have... Can't remember how I made my way in there to mess with the warden. At least on this side. Was it here? I feel, yeah, there is a torch there. I was about to say, I feel like I would have left a torch. And I did. Now, I'll tell you that I do have keep inventory turned on. Because I suck. And I hate losing all my stuff. Yep. And I don't even have a diamond armor at this point. I have enough diamonds that I could make diamond armor, but I have not bothered to make it at this point. Usually I would have ended up causing the warden to be summoned by now. I'm not holding my breath. You're holding your breath. I'm not scared. Not at all. I'm perfectly fine. The moment the worst thing that could happen to me is the warden kills me and I respawn all the way up at the original spawn point because I haven't slept since or slept in the house in a bit, so I've been using the bed that I carry around with me, and thus if he kills me, I don't have a fixed respawn point, and so I respawn at origin, which I don't really want to do, but if it happens, it happens. I'm also worried that my finger will get tired of being holding down shift. Because it is getting a little tired. And Victor, just so you know, despite the fact that I've been playing Minecraft for over 10 years, I suck at it. I freely acknowledge this. But I'm determined to be okay at it. And I have no idea what I'm doing in an ancient city. Other than, you know, just goofing around looking for a way to die. So I can get frustrated with the packed snow over at spawn. Thought I saw a chest over here. Must have been those logs there, or planks. Ooh, a geode down there. Fancy. Yeah, it's a geode. Wow. Now, I know there are chests throughout this place, but I don't know what the rhyme or reason to finding them is. I've only ever stumbled across them. Of course, I may be making the mistake of believing that there's a rhyme or reason for them. Hey, another geode up there. I think this may be the longest I've ever spent inside an ancient city without dying. See a chest there. See if I can figure out how to get to it. At least I think I see a chest there. I'm not sure when I will be streaming again. I normally have been playing on Tuesday and Thursday nights, 8 p.m. Central Time, but I may stream again this weekend since it's a long weekend. But thanks for stopping by regardless. Since you follow, I hope to see you again soon. I imagine there are follow notifications that go out or go live notifications that go out when I start streaming uh, on Trovo. So I hope to see you again. Well, I'm dead. Yep, that's him right there, right next to me. It's just a matter of time until he decides to blast me into non-existence. Yep. But at least I made it to that chest. And powdered snow. Here we go. Running quickly. Usually 8 p.m. Central Time. I hate powdered snow. Come on. I'm glad to hear it. I look forward to seeing you. You have a good night, Victor, and I'll see you soon. Come on. Oh, come on. He did. He really did look at me like that. I must have really stunk. Oh, almost through. Ah. Take care. Good night, too. There. Hey. See, it's not so bad once you actually get out. We're right there. That's our home base. But powdered snow is annoying and deadly. So that becomes an issue. I guess since we're back over here, we'll check on our trees here. Most on this side seem to be done well. What about the other side? For the most part, did pretty well. And we still need to plant more saplings. If we can get more saplings. Do a little trimming on this side too. So I think that's Warden 6, me 0. Spring, do you think it's worth starting a counter for that? All right, I'll see if I can figure it out. And we can put it on stream somehow or another. Well, as an overlay, part of my overlay. Ponder, 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 ponder. Wouldn't mind some more pale oak trees here. All right. One more ought to do it. Let me just give the tree a haircut until we get some saplings, hopefully. So far, not even a sapling. Come on. There's one. I think that was a second. And if I do have two down here, then I should be able to... Ah, yes. Okay. Should be able to plant another block of them. And we'll make this a effort to grow a large, well, reasonable number of pale oak trees and cherry blossom trees. All right, informal vote. Should we continue to play Minecraft tonight or switch to something else? I don't know. I don't even know what else to play. Let me take those back up to the house. Give me this chest. I'm going to put a chest here, specifically for the lapis, so it's handy. Did I not grab the lapis? Hey, Matt. Again. Oz. Oh, yeah, that's a legendary wild time. I've never seen it myself, but I've heard a lot about it. Okay. Da, 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 da. Nope. Not remotely close. From what I understand, is very interesting, but yeah, not remotely close to being kid friendly or family friendly. All right, let's go. Excuse me, Lucky. Oh, it's night. All right. I do love the sound effects that they added to the environments in general, in addition to the firefly bushes. Like, I like hearing the bugs here in game at night. Thought I grabbed some more paper, but meh. I know I grabbed the gunpowder, because I know I have a stack of it building up over here, right there. I need to go to the nether and get some more nether quartz. But I think that'll be another day. And for the moment, I'm going to take a quick break, run to the restroom, get some more water, but I'll be right back. So don't go anywhere, all right? All right, see you soon. We're back, and whether you noticed it or not, we're switching games. Switching to a game called Timberborn, which I haven't played in a while, but they added a lot of new features in recent months, and so I want to check those out and have some fun. So let me screw around with a few things first, like the Windows settings. Don't want to be full screen. Yeah, that looks like a decent size. Let's see if we can do a little bit bigger. Yeah, that works. Alright, switching on over. Now, I have no idea which game will load. I had a stream game and I had a personal off-stream game. I suspect it will be the off-stream game that loads here. But I think, regardless of which one loads, I think what I'll do is back out to the main menu and start a brand new game. It takes a long time to load. That's probably the only bad part about it. Well, no, this is not my main game, that's for sure. I remember this one. I don't remember if it was an on-stream game or not. But I'm not very far into it. But it's not bad. But yeah, let's start a new one. Let's save this as... I don't know. We'll keep that. Exit the main menu. Yeah, I think Zero Survivors is the stream game that I had done. And I still haven't unlocked these guys. One day I will. I don't know that I need to be beginner friendly, but it's definitely tempting. Like I said, it's been a while since I actually played, so it's tempting. Yeah, I don't want that one. Ooh, that looks a little tough. Especially since, like I said, I haven't played in a while. Alright, let's go with beginner friendly. We'll leave it on normal. We'll leave all of this set to the defaults. I hate bad tide, I hate droughts, but they are effectively your only enemies in this game. So kinda gotta keep them. And by it takes a long time to load the game or to start the game. Put it this way, aside from the latest processors, latest AMD CPU line that came out earlier this year, I had the top of the line of the mainstream processor, 120 gigabytes of RAM. This is on a SSD, top of the line Radeon video card. It's very, very slow to load, but it's still in early access, so it makes a certain amount of sense. We call this Streamton. Alright. What we need is some gatherers. And we need some roads or paths. We need somebody to go collect wood. Wait, is this gather? Okay, good. And we need to build some housing. We need to get started on that pretty much now. Housing. And I have virtually no science, if I remember correctly. So, build a couple lodges here. And we're going to need a storehouse. And I think this time around, oh yeah, gotta mark trees to be cut. And also kind of mark those bushes to be harvested, if I remember how. So much you gotta do right off the bat, pretty much, when you start this game. Let's not build there. Let's build there. And we need storage for our water. Relish, plant, no, no. don't remember. But the good news is they're still gathering the food anyway. Or the berries. But until they get enough logs to actually build the houses, we're kind of in trouble. And the next thing we need to build is... We definitely need the water. That's why we're building the water pump. And we need water storage. But we need to get this going as well. Because if we don't get water, they're going to start to die because of thirst. The inventor is important because it allows them to do research to build all of the other buildings. Meanwhile, I'm going to sit here and try to remember exactly how to designate growing that stuff. Or rather, harvesting from there. And I need a forester in order to really and truly get our farm, or to replant the trees and replant or plant new bushes. We also need a farmhouse. And they need housing to sleep in. It becomes a whole lot of effort. And balancing it all is tricky. Actually, housing, that can wait. We need the water. There's no way around that. Needs 12 logs. Hopefully this guy's going to get the logs to start building the water pump. In effect, because of how far I've gotten with my main game, I'm kind of cheating here by being on a beginner-friendly map. What I'm doing right now is scouting out the future. Okay, there's bad water, so it'll fill up this entire area. Or will it? It'll contaminate the water there, which goes off the map. That's okay. But there's got to be another bad water source at least. There's one. And that will... largely run off the map as well. But there's got to be a bad water source that's going to affect us at some point. Yeah, see? Running out of water. It's fine for a couple of days, but they're going to need that water quick and soon. Without the water, their performance slows. Rather, when they're thirsty, their performance slows. And eventually, it'll stop altogether. Same with food. And thus, the droughts and the bad water become issues. They should finish building the water pump here. Or not. It has all the materials now, just needs to be put together. Accelerate this, because it's nighttime. We're heading into night, and that's why. In the morning, someone will get up and come over here and finish building the place. And then we'll start getting water pumped in. Get on over there, Gamgee. Everybody needs water. Now, the reason I'm playing this is I really want to check out the new features, which include zip lines and like a tram and other things. It'll take forever for me to get there with this world, but still. Everybody's still going to be thirsty for a bit. But at least we have water coming in now. Okay. Trying to figure out the optimal range here for the farmhouse. Alright, see, people are, or some of the beavers are no longer thirsty. That's a good thing. But this can wait. Because the next thing I need is the forester station. So that I can plant more bushes, berry bushes, and replant those trees. Without that, can't do much of anything. Yeah, not enough science points. Science is literally 0 right now. Trees will grow back in time, even if you don't plant them, but it takes a lot longer for that to happen. We'll put another harvester or lumberjack over here. Eventually, I'm going to run into a personnel issue. I'm going to need more and more beavers to run and build everything. And the only way you get more beavers is to have more housing. And then they have offspring and produce more employees, more workers. But the good news is, at least in the early game, we don't have to worry too much immediately about the drought or bad water. And it gets kind of complicated and crazy, to be perfectly honest, because certain buildings will start requiring power that's supplied by water, wind, or other means. And then you need metal and a whole bunch of other stuff. It gets crazy. One more log, which is on the way. And then we can have water storage building up. Yeah, I loved Lost, at least up until the last season. Everybody gives the last season a hard time. To be honest, it wasn't the greatest season, but it was still pretty good. It was meant to be hard to follow. And I think that's both its charm as well as its hindrance. The problem was the flash forwards. The flashbacks weren't too bad, getting to understand what happened before and what was going on currently. But the flash forwards, you really didn't know that it was going forward in time until really towards the end, when it got to be a little more clear that that was giving you a preview of what's supposed to happen or what's going to happen. The inventor was nearly finished. He only had to do one, well, I guess he needed one more log, but a couple more hits and would have been completed. Then we could start getting our science and getting our forester together. Get our second pumping station going, or under construction. Having this warehouse will be important eventually to store berries, but for the moment, we need to get our farm going. We need to get our second pumping station going so we can have some excess water. We have one science. What I'm going to do is increase the hours a day that they work to 18. It'll wear them out a little bit more, make them a little more prone to get injured. But by the same token, it'll give them more time to actually build things. And conduct research. Eventually, I'm going to have to build a lumber mill. And I'll eventually want to research the sometime later when I get a lot more science, the large water pump and the large storage containers for water or in other liquids, the larger warehouse, etc., etc., etc. Alright, so we now have our second water pump. We'll bump that up to the primary, or top level priority. Bump this up to higher priority. The reason I'm avoiding the block near the river here is when bad water comes, it'll infect the land all along the edges of the water. And is something to block the infection, the contamination, but right now I don't have the science for it or anything else for it. Okay, so we got our first house together. You have to have enough housing for everybody in order to produce new beavers. But having at least enough housing for the ones we already have, the beavers we already have, it's 3 per basic house, basic lodge. We can at least give them a certain level of comfort, which helps them perform better. Alright, we're beginning to get a stockpile of water, so we won't be out of it, at least. Yeah, let's set that to that. We need our farmhouse, because these berries are not going to last forever, and even when we get the forester house or building, we'll need to have a farm to help create food for everybody. And certain types of foods will enable you to produce other types of food products, which again improve the life quality for everybody. Speed through the night. don't remember if there's a winter season or not. Alright, we're about halfway there for the forester station. Like 42 berries there. 3 berries there. Everybody's fed. Everybody has water. We're, at the moment, in a fairly decent place, but we still have a long ways to go and a lot of worries ahead of us. The only reason we have wood at the moment is because of that forest here, this birch forest, and this pine one, which was just up the stairs. But we need a number of different things. They can be very useful. There are certain things that AI can be very useful for, like for tech support. A lot of the tech support information is very much well-known information, very well documented. People were giving out that information for many years, basically, long before AI became popular. So I don't mind it in that concept and that use. But when you're feeding in people's artwork, people's stories, articles off of newspapers, websites, it begins to affect people's jobs. It replaces the people that create all of those things. And they're not getting paid anything for it. So it's kind of harmful in some ways. It's not that I don't really like AI. I think it's interesting and I think it's neat. But I think it needs to be with some control, some limitations, some considerations for the people who make the world go around and make all of the things that people use and like and love. Alright, for the moment, let's just have one farmer. Keep everybody else working on everything else. Using it for tech support, brilliant. Using it for finding out a little bit about history, great. Like if you don't have a question that you need to be clarified in terms of history or the law in general, though you should always consult a lawyer for law before making any real decisions. It works. It works well. Researching stock prices over a period of time makes sense. Though that's public information and very much available to anyone and everyone that wants to go digging through newspapers or sources. But using generative AI to create a picture based on Michelangelo's artwork or some modern artist artwork, that becomes a little questionable. Creating music based on somebody else's music and songs, questionable. Replicating someone's appearance or voice without their permission, definitely questionable. Okay, we are coming up on 30 science. There we are. Hang on, let me see here. Which trees grow the fastest? Birch trees grow the fastest. We will keep growing pine trees and birch trees. And we will plant a lot more blueberry bushes. But what we're going to need are planks. So that means I actually need to go ahead and build the lumber mill that I've been kind of putting off. Because the lumber mill requires a power source. And because water won't always flow, you need to make a backup power source. Trying to figure out the right way to do this, because things seem to have changed a little bit. Okay, looks like it got a little easier. Okay, that already has the logs it needs. This will soon have the logs it needs, then it just needs the planks, which will require the lumber mill. Well, we'll set that to elevated, but right now, set that, the water wheel, to the highest priority. See, the water wheel requires 50 logs, and I am desperately close to running out of wood for that. If I run out of wood, I'll have to wait a very long time to get more wood. Which may spell doom. Doom! Okay, you've got enough logs. Question is, will this be enough wood to build the water wheel and then the lumber mill? Moment, I have no idea. I'm gonna let it stay on fast forward for a while. To help us get through this if I'm gonna stop streaming at 10 o'clock like I usually do. $19, $21, $22, $25, $29. Looks like this may work out. Alright, we got our water wheel. Then we need the power connectors there. Axles and whatnot. Those are relatively cheap to build. But the building itself is a little expensive. And it has to be built after the power shafts. Otherwise, they won't be able to reach it. Alright, so the building has minimal power at least. Based on the water flow. But eventually we'll want to dam this up so that we can control the water flow into it. What I just did is realize what map this is. This is the map that I have on my big game, my off-stream game. I just didn't recognize it until now. Because it's been so long since it's been this quote-unquote naked. Just need 6 more logs for the lumber mill. 4. We have 48 science, which is good. I don't know what I'm going to unlock next with it. Maybe those stairs. Up there, 70. But that would come in handy. We don't need to grab any more lumber from over here for the moment. We only have 1 tree left. 1 full-grown tree. What we need are enough planks to build these. And it's going to be 14 planks. We get 1 plank per log every 1.3 hours, so... Okay, I don't mind if they go ahead and finish that house. Though we need planks. We need logs, urgently. there's also the hauling post, which we could probably go ahead and build. Though it takes a lot of logs and planks as well. Eventually, what the hauling post would do is allow things to be carried a lot more efficiently. Because all the haulers do is carry things from one point to another. Whereas that would leave the lumberjack to do the lumberjack business, the farmers to do their things, and generally make things a little more efficient. Alright. They've got 2 of 7 planks so far, which is good. They have gotten none yet. Needs 4 more logs for that. We have them, but I'm beginning to get a little concerned about time-wise. About either drought or bad water coming up soon. Oh, cool. I didn't know there was a Grateful Dead movie coming up, so that's kind of cool to know. Spring would be definitely interested in seeing that. Okay, so there's 2 trees over here that can be harvested. And that might help with the lumber mill a little bit better. And this only needs 1 more plank, and then we're sitting pretty on blueberries. Then this one can start getting built. Or rather, the additional planks can finish it off. Come on, you only needed 1 more plank. Uh-oh, drought approaching. Come on, hurry up. We have 2.8 days before the drought hits. It probably won't be a bad one this early in the game. Yeah, I'm concerned. Because I don't see the stockpile of berries that I was expecting to have stockpiled. We have a little bit of food here. 12 potatoes. Okay. Let's go ahead and research stairs. Because we're going to need the extra space eventually in any case. Oy. We're going to need a lot of stuff sooner or later. We got started getting the planks. We have not. The drought this time around will probably only be a day or two, so it's not going to kill them. But it's still going to suck to be them. I would like them to go ahead and start working on this building. It's gotten one plank so far. Two. Because the sooner they can produce that building, sooner I can put someone there to replant those trees. which was going to be very important. No more houses. Don't build any more houses right now. Okay, you guys keep pumping water as much as you can. What are you doing? You're a forester? You're working on these. You're replanting them. Good. So your priority was supposed to be the blueberries, but I guess you went on and planted all of those. And with the water gone, we have to rely on beaver power, which means we got to get this power wheel built. That's going to take 20 logs. I would prefer to have these logs actually converted into planks more so than building the water wheel or the power wheel, but without power to the lumber mill, we don't get any planks. So it becomes a necessity, at least until the drought is over in 2.4 days. But water doesn't seem like it's going to be an issue in this drought. So that's good. I also need to unlock the windmills. Those are the main power sources that I use. But it's going to take a bit. Okay, we're a day out from the drought ending. Of course, they're nowhere close to actually having this power wheel built, but I'm not going to worry about that right now. I'm going to go ahead and learn the platforms, because we're going to need to cross rivers and everything else. But we don't need to make that right now. See, we did all right with water. I think it's mainly because of our limited population right now. If we had a bigger population, might have been a bigger deal. There's the water already flowing back down here. Hey guys, what are you doing? Nobody to build. Alright, so we're down to 5 beavers, which is not good. Didn't realize that we had some dying of hunger? What the heck? No wonder we weren't getting a whole lot done anymore. Alright, so it'll take a while for them to build up the population again. So we just barely survived this. Pause that for the moment. Increase that. So we have 2 people working in the fields, 1 person collecting berries. We don't need to worry about water for the moment because we have plenty. Fair number of potatoes now too, so we might start getting our population building back up. Yeah, we have a new baby all of a sudden. It'll take a little while for them to grow into adulthood. In the meantime, we just focus on food. And you can see the warehouse beginning to fill up with berries. So that's a good thing. And there's also a fair amount of food right here in the farmhouse, so... Get back to pumping water. Back to making logs. Or rather, planks. Alright. Oh, that is interesting. Okay, we can pause that, because we don't need it as much right now. Somebody had to have known who made the song. Whether it was deliberately kept quiet or not is another story, but somebody had to have known. Well, we're gonna wrap up here in a few minutes, so I'm gonna kick this back down to normal speed. But it's gonna be tough to get back up to speed and get survival going. But we have enough food stockpiled, we have water stockpiled, so we just need to continue to work on surviving. Assuming I play this again in the not-too-distant future. But need to build another warehouse for the carrots, the potatoes, and the wheat. Finished building the hauler's place. Another house. And all of these trees need to be replanted. Which will happen. But at least for the moment, let's try to take care of some of these things here. And once those are removed, we replant with birch, simply for the fact that it grows the fastest. And we'll have the same thing growing down here, some more birch. Your beavers are happier than ever. You have reached a new well-being high score. 5. It's easy when there's only 3 living beavers. Or 4, really. Oy. I don't know what happened to kill off so many, or why they weren't collecting food. Maybe somebody grew old and died, and as a result, they were no longer, there was no one there to collect the food, and so everybody started starving, but that was a close call. Streamton nearly died because of that. Died of old age, died of hunger, died of old age, died of hunger, 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 hunger. And then we got one that was born. So that was a close one. Okay, we have one there, one there. No one there. No one there. No one there. One person there. So where is person number 3? Where do they work? Farm. Forester. Gatherer. Okay. Well, we have enough berries to last for a while, so you can go do something else. Lumberjack. Okay, that's fair. We will need wood. And at least now we have replacement trees on the way. Whoops. Pine takes longer than the birch, so I accidentally had it on set to prioritize the pine instead of coming over here and planting the birch, which only takes a week. Water levels are looking okay still. We desperately need more people. For all the things. But I think I'm going to go ahead, save, and wrap this up for the night. Good Lord, I hadn't saved at all. So, I will be back at some point, either this weekend or on Tuesday. I haven't decided yet. It's a long weekend, and Spring and I get to hang out and do whatever we like, and so I don't know if I'll stream again this weekend, even though it was kind of my intention to do at least 2 4-hour streams or so this weekend, but I don't know. We'll see. Otherwise, I will be back on Tuesday by plan, but work is getting complicated, as always. As such is life, I guess. But if not, if I'm not back on Tuesday or next Thursday, or maybe I'll actually go ahead and update my schedule to start streaming on Saturday and Sunday instead. So, I guess join the Discord is the bottom line. So let me see if I can get that visible for you. So you can just go and join that. There we go. So go to that link, join Discord if you can, and I guess from there we shall see. But I will be back at some point. I know I will. Maybe a while, may not be. We'll see. But in the meantime, I hope you take care of yourself. Stay cool. It is a very hot summer up here in the northern hemisphere. And be good to one another. Be good to those around you. And I will see you soon. Take care. Bye.
I will be the last to fall. I won't shed a tear for them to see. And I won't have your name to call. 'Cause I will be the last to fall.